Hello everyone. Welcome to our story channel. If you enjoy adventures and mysteries, you're in the right place. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any episodes. Where are you watching from? Tell us in the comments. If you liked it, leave your like. Now, get ready for today's story. All of this because in a bustling city where skyscrapers kissed the clouds and streets hummed with the constant rhythm of life, young Sophia found herself inexplicably drawn to an ancient stone tower on the outskirts of town. The tower stood in stark contrast to the modern metropolis, its weathered stones and ivy-covered walls a silent testament to a bygone era. Sophia, a curious 12-year-old with wild curly hair and bright green eyes, had first noticed the tower on her way home from school. It was barely visible from the bus window, peeking out from behind a copse of old oak trees. Yet, something about it called to her, like a whisper just beyond the edge of hearing. "Did you see that?" Sophia asked her best friend, Mia, pointing out the window. Mia glanced up from her phone, following Sophia's gaze. "See what? Those old trees?" "No, behind them. There's a tower." Mia squinted, then shrugged. "I don't see anything." "Are you sure you're not imagining things again, Soph?" Sophia frowned, pressing her nose against the cool glass. "I'm not imagining it. It's there, I swear." That night at dinner, Sophia couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious tower. She pushed her peas around her plate, lost in thought. "Sophia, honey, is everything all right?" her mother asked, concern etching her features. "You've barely touched your food." Sophia looked up, her eyes bright with excitement. "Mom, Dad, have you ever noticed an old tower on the edge of the city?" Her parents exchanged puzzled glances. "A tower," her father repeated. "I can't say that I have." "Where did you see it?" "On the way home from school," Sophia explained eagerly. "It's huge and made of stone, and it looks really old. How come nobody ever talks about it?" Her mother smiled indulgently. "Sweetheart, I think we would have noticed a huge stone tower in our city. Are you sure it wasn't just a trick of the light?" Sophia's enthusiasm deflated slightly. "But I saw it," she insisted. "It was right there." "Well," her father said, reaching over to ruffle her hair, "maybe we can drive out that way this weekend and take a look. How does that sound?" Sophia nodded, but a part of her wanted to keep the tower a secret, at least for now. It felt special, like it was calling out to her alone. The next day at school, Sophia couldn't concentrate on her lessons. Her mind kept wandering back to the tower, imagining what secrets it might hold. During lunch, she pulled out her sketchbook and began to draw, her pencil flying across the paper. "What are you drawing?" Mia asked, peering over her shoulder. Sophia hesitated for a moment before showing her friend the sketch. It depicted a tall, slightly crooked tower with a pointed roof and narrow windows. Ivy climbed up one side, and a flock of birds circled its peak. Mia's eyes widened. "Wow, that's really good. Is this the tower you were talking about yesterday?" Sophia nodded. "Yeah, but I added some details I couldn't quite see from the bus." "It looks kinda spooky," Mia observed. "Like something out of a fairy tale." "I think it looks mysterious," Sophia countered. "Don't you wonder who built it? Or why it's there?" Mia shrugged. "I guess. But if it's real, how come I've never noticed it before?" Sophia didn't have an answer for that. The question nagged at her for the rest of the day. As the final bell rang, she made a split-second decision. Instead of boarding her usual bus, she slipped out of the school gates and started walking in the direction she remembered seeing the tower. The city streets gradually gave way to quieter neighborhoods, then to open fields dotted with clusters of trees. Sophia's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. She knew her parents would be worried when she didn't come home on time, but something told her this was important. After nearly an hour of walking, Sophia began to doubt herself. Had she imagined the tower after all? Just as she was about to turn back, she crested a small hill and gasped. There it was. The tower loomed before her, even more impressive up close. Its stone walls were a patchwork of gray and brown, weathered by countless years of sun and rain. The ivy she had imagined in her sketch was real, creeping up one side of the structure like a living tapestry. Sophia approached slowly, her feet crunching on fallen leaves. As she drew closer, she could make out intricate carvings around the base of the tower, symbols and patterns she didn't recognize but that seemed to dance before her eyes. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, and for a moment, Sophia could have sworn she heard her name carried on the wind. She shivered, both thrilled and slightly scared. "Hello," she called out tentatively. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered her, but Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She circled the tower, searching for a door or entrance, but found none. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the ground, Sophia reluctantly turned to leave. "I'll come back," she whispered to the tower. "I promise." As she walked away, Sophia didn't notice the flutter of curtains in one of the high windows, nor did she see the pair of ancient eyes that watched her departure with a mixture of curiosity and hope. Sophia hurried home, her mind buzzing with questions and possibilities. She knew one thing for certain: her life had changed the moment she laid eyes on that mysterious tower. Little did she know, this was just the beginning of an extraordinary adventure that would challenge everything she thought she knew about her world and herself. The tower, shrouded in mist, seemed to whisper Sophia's name on the wind. It had been 2 weeks since her first encounter with the mysterious structure, and she found herself drawn back to it time and time again. Each visit left her with more questions than answers, but also with an inexplicable sense of belonging. On this particular morning, Sophia had woken before dawn, sneaking out of her house with a backpack full of supplies. As she approached the tower, she noticed something different. A thick, swirling mist had settled around its base, obscuring the intricate carvings she had become so fascinated with. "That's weird," Sophia muttered to herself, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. It wasn't foggy in the city. She took a few tentative steps forward, the mist curling around her ankles like curious tendrils. The air felt charged, as if a storm was brewing, despite the clear sky above. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, and Sophia could have sworn she heard her name carried on the breeze. Sophia. She whirled around, heart pounding. "Hello? Is someone there?" Silence answered her, broken only by the rustle of leaves. Sophia shook her head, trying to calm her nerves. "Get it together, Soph. It's just the wind playing tricks on you." But as she turned back to face the tower, she heard it again, clearer this time. "Sophia, come closer." The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as ethereal as the mist itself. Sophia's rational mind told her to run, to get as far away from this strange place as possible. But something deeper, an instinct she couldn't explain, urged her forward. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" The mist swirled more vigorously, forming shapes that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. Sophia thought she saw faces, animals, and strange symbols dancing in the fog. "We are the Guardians," the wind whispered. "We have waited so long for one who can hear us." Sophia's curiosity overcame her fear. She took another step closer to the tower. Guardians of what? Why can I hear you? The mist seemed to pulse with excitement. You are special, Sophia. You have a gift, a connection to the old magic that built this tower. Magic? Sophia laughed nervously. There's no such thing as magic. As if in response to her disbelief, the mist coalesced into a perfect sphere in front of her, hovering at eye level. Sophia gasped, reaching out to touch it. The sphere danced away from her fingers, then burst into a shower of sparkling dust that swirled around her before dissipating. Oh my God, Sophia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. That was incredible. The wind chuckled, a sound like distant chimes. Magic is very real, young one. It flows through this tower, through the earth beneath your feet, and through you. Sophia's mind raced with questions. But why me? Why can I see the tower when others can't? Why can I hear you? All in due time, the wind replied. For now, know that you have been chosen. The tower has called to you, and you have answered. Sophia frowned, frustration bubbling up inside her. Chosen for what? Please, I need to understand. The mist began to thin, the voice growing fainter. Return to us, Sophia. Learn. Grow. The answers you seek lie within these walls. Wait. Sophia cried out, reaching towards the dissipating mist. Don't go. I have so many more questions. But the clearing fell silent once more, the mist vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Sophia stood alone in front of the tower, her mind whirling with all she had seen and heard. She sank to the ground, hugging her knees to her chest. What just happened? She asked aloud, her voice small in the sudden stillness. As if in answer, a warm breeze ruffled her hair, carrying the faintest whisper, trust in yourself, Sophia. Your journey has only just begun. Sophia sat there for a long time, staring up at the tower. It looked the same as always, ancient and imposing, but now she knew it held secrets beyond her wildest imagination. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Sophia finally stood, brushing grass from her jeans. She approached the tower once more, placing her hand against the cool stone. I'll figure this out, she promised, both to herself and to whatever forces resided within the tower. I don't understand everything yet, but I will. I'll come back, and I'll learn, and I'll become whatever it is you think I can be. With one last look at the tower, Sophia turned and began the long walk home. Her mind buzzed with questions and possibilities, but underneath it all was a growing sense of excitement. She had been chosen, marked for something extraordinary. And no matter what challenges lay ahead, Sophia knew one thing for certain: her life would never be the same again. As she disappeared down the path, the wind stirred once more, carrying a final whisper, until we meet again, young Sophia. The tower awaits. The locals' warnings about the tower's mysterious occupant, whom they called the sorcerer, only fueled Sophia's curiosity. As she walked to school one crisp autumn morning, she overheard a conversation between two elderly women at the bus stop. Did you hear? Old Mrs. Fairweather swears she saw lights in the tower last night, one woman whispered, her eyes wide with gossip. Her companion scoffed. Nonsense. That tower's been abandoned for years. It's just her imagination running wild. Sophia couldn't help but interject. Excuse me, she said politely, but what tower are you talking about? The women exchanged glances before the first one replied, Oh, child, you're new here, aren't you? We're talking about the old stone tower on the edge of town. The one where the sorcerer lives. Sophia's heart raced with excitement. The sorcerer? Who's that? The second woman frowned, lowering her voice. Now, don't you go filling this young girl's head with scary stories, Mildred. But Mildred was already leaning in, her eyes twinkling. They say he's as old as the tower itself. A powerful magician who made a deal with dark forces. Some folks claim he can control the weather or turn people into animals if they displease him. Sophia's eyes widened. Really? Has anyone ever seen him? The other woman cut in. That's quite enough, Mildred. Don't listen to her, dear. It's just an old wives' tale. But Sophia couldn't let it go. Throughout the school day, her mind kept wandering back to the tower and its mysterious occupant. During lunch, she shared what she'd heard with her best friend, Mia. A sorcerer? Come on, Soph. You don't actually believe that, do you? Mia asked, rolling her eyes. Sophia shrugged. I don't know. But isn't it exciting to think about? What if there really is magic in our town? Mia sighed. You and your imagination. Next thing you know, you'll be telling me you want to go investigate. Sophia's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. We should go check it out this weekend. No way, Mia said firmly. My mom would freak if she knew I was anywhere near that old tower. Plus, it's probably dangerous. What if it collapses or something? Sophia's enthusiasm deflated slightly, but she was undeterred. After school, she decided to do some research of her own. She headed to the local library, approaching the elderly librarian, Mr. Thorne. Excuse me, Mr. Thorne? Do you have any books about the old stone tower on the edge of town? Mr. Thorne peered at her over his glasses. The old tower, you say? Now that's a subject I haven't been asked about in years. Why the interest, young lady? Sophia hesitated, then decided honesty was the best policy. I've seen it, and I've heard stories about a sorcerer who lives there. I want to know more. Mr. Thorne's expression grew serious. Ah, I see. Well, Sophia, sometimes it's best not to go looking for trouble. That tower has been a source of mystery and fear in this town for generations. But why? Sophia pressed. Has anyone ever actually seen the sorcerer? Mr. Thorne sighed, glancing around before leaning in close. Listen carefully, child. When I was about your age, I had a friend who dared to approach the tower. He came back, changed. Wouldn't speak for weeks, and when he finally did, he babbled about impossible things. Lights that moved on their own, voices in the wind, shadows that didn't belong to anything. His parents moved away shortly after, and I never saw him again. Sophia felt a chill run down her spine, but also a thrill of excitement. What do you think really happened to him? Mr. Thorne shook his head. I can't say for certain. But I do know this, there are forces in this world that we don't understand. And that tower? It's at the center of something beyond our comprehension. He paused, then reached under the desk and pulled out an old, leather-bound book. This isn't officially part of our collection, but it contains some of the legends surrounding the tower. You can borrow it, but promise me you'll be careful, Sophia. Knowledge is power, but it can also be dangerous. Sophia nodded solemnly, taking the book with reverent hands. I promise, Mr. Thorne. Thank you. As she left the library, clutching the book to her chest, Sophia's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The warnings she'd heard only made her more determined to uncover the truth about the tower and its occupant. That night, as she lay in bed reading the book by flashlight, Sophia made a decision. No matter what anyone said, no matter how scary the stories were, she was going to solve the mystery of the tower and the sorcerer. I'm not afraid, she whispered to herself, even as the wind outside her window seemed to whisper back, carrying the faintest echo of her name. I'll discover the truth, no matter what. Little did Sophia know, her determination had not gone unnoticed. In the tower, far across town, a figure stood in a high window, gazing out into the night. A smile played across ancient lips as a soft voice murmured, "At last." She's ready to begin. The adventure that awaited Sophia was greater and more perilous than she could possibly imagine, but in that moment, all she felt was the thrill of mystery and the certainty that she was on the brink of something extraordinary. Ignoring the cautions of those around her, Sophia ventured closer to the tower, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The warnings she had received only served to fuel her curiosity further. As she approached the base of the ancient structure, she noticed strange symbols etched into the weathered stone. Sophia ran her fingers over the intricate carvings, marveling at their complexity. They seemed to shimmer slightly under her touch, as if responding to her presence. "What are you?" she whispered, tracing the outline of a particularly elaborate symbol that resembled a twisted tree. "I wouldn't touch those if I were you," a gravelly voice called out, startling Sophia. She rolled around to see an old man leaning on a gnarled walking stick. His white beard reached almost to his waist, and his eyes twinkled with a mixture of amusement and concern. "Who are you?" Sophia asked, her hand still resting on the tower's cool stone. The old man chuckled. "Just a humble gardener, my dear. The real question is, who are you, and what brings you to this forsaken place?" Sophia hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "I'm Sophia. I've been drawn to this tower. I want to understand its secrets." The old man's bushy eyebrows rose. "Secrets, you say? And what makes you think this old pile of rocks has any secrets worth knowing?" "I can feel it," Sophia replied, surprising herself with her boldness. "There's something special about this place. These symbols, for instance. What do they mean?" The gardener approached, his eyes narrowing as he examined the carvings. "Ah, you can see them clearly, can you? Interesting. Most folks' eyes just slide right past them." Sophia's excitement grew. "So they are special. What do they do? Are they magical?" The old man held up a hand. "Slow down, young lady. Magic is a dangerous word to throw around so casually. These symbols are, let's call them a language. One that's long been forgotten by most. Can you read them?" Sophia asked eagerly. The gardener's expression turned serious. "I can, but that doesn't mean I should. Knowledge isn't always a blessing, Sophia. Sometimes it's a burden." Sophia frowned, frustration bubbling up inside her. "But if no one reads them, if no one tries to understand, then what's the point of them being here?" The old man smiled, a hint of approval in his eyes. "A fair question. Tell me, why do you want to know so badly?" Sophia thought for a moment before answering. Because I feel like I'm meant to. Like there's something important here, something I need to discover." The gardener nodded slowly. "Well, then, perhaps you're ready for your first lesson." He pointed to a symbol near the base of the tower, one that looked like a swirling vortex. "This one here? It's a ward against evil. It's meant to keep darkness at bay." Sophia's eyes widened. "Really? How does it work?" "Ah, that's the tricky part," the old man replied. "These symbols don't work on their own. They need, let's call it a spark. A connection to something greater. Like magic?" Sophia whispered. The gardener winked. "I thought we agreed not to use that word. Let's just say there are forces in this world that most people don't understand. Forces that can be channeled through symbols like these. Sophia's mind raced with possibilities. Are there more? Can you teach me what they all mean? The old man's expression turned grave. Knowledge like this comes with a price, young Sophia. Are you prepared for that? Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Sophia stood up straighter, meeting the gardener's gaze. I'm not afraid. I want to learn. The old man studied her for a long moment before nodding. Very well. We'll start small. Come back tomorrow, and I'll teach you about the symbol of protection. As Sophia turned to leave, buzzing with excitement, the gardener called out, "And Sophia, be careful who you tell about this. Not everyone will understand your interest in the tower." Sophia nodded solemnly. I promise. Thank you, mister. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. The old man's eyes twinkled mysteriously. Names have power, my dear. For now, you can call me Alastair. As Sophia walked home, her mind whirling with all she had learned, she didn't notice Alastair watching her departure. His form seemed to shimmer slightly, like a mirage in the desert heat. For a brief moment, he appeared younger, his beard shorter and darker. Then, with a soft chuckle, he turned and walked towards the tower, disappearing into its shadow as if he had never been there at all. That night, Sophia dreamed of swirling symbols and whispered incantations. She awoke with a start, her heart racing, to find that she had unconsciously traced one of the tower's symbols on her bedside table. As she stared at it in the pale moonlight, she could have sworn it glowed faintly. What have I gotten myself into? She whispered, both thrilled and terrified by the possibilities that lay ahead. Little did Sophia know, her journey into the mysteries of the tower had only just begun. The symbols she was so eager to understand held powers beyond her wildest imagination, and learning their secrets would change her life forever. One moonlit night, Sophia saw a shadow move behind a high window, sparking her curiosity further. She had been visiting the tower regularly for weeks now, learning about the symbols from Alastair and feeling an ever-growing connection to the mysterious structure. But this was the first time she had seen any sign of life within its ancient walls. Sophia crouched behind a large boulder, her heart racing as she stared up at the window. The shadow moved again, more distinctly this time. It was unmistakably human-shaped. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Is someone there?" Silence answered her. The shadow disappeared, leaving Sophia to wonder if she had imagined it. But then, just as she was about to leave, a faint light flickered in the window. Curiosity overcame caution, and Sophia found herself moving closer to the tower. "I know someone's up there," she said, louder this time. "Please, I just want to talk." A voice, barely more than a whisper, drifted down from the window. "Go away, child. This is no place for you." Sophia's eyes widened. The voice sounded old and tired, but there was an undercurrent of power that sent a shiver down her spine. Are you the sorcerer?" she asked, hardly daring to breathe. A dry chuckle echoed from above. "Sorcerer? Is that what they're calling me these days? How quaint." Emboldened by the response, Sophia took another step forward. "My name is Sophia. I've been learning about the symbols on the tower. Alastair has been teaching me." There was a long pause, and Sophia feared she had said something wrong. Then, the voice spoke again, curiosity evident in its tone. "Alastair, you say? And he's been teaching you about the symbols?" Sophia nodded eagerly, then realized the figure in the tower couldn't see her. "Yes. He says I have a gift for understanding them. But there's still so much I don't know." The shadow reappeared in the window, larger this time, as if its owner had moved closer. A gift, indeed. Tell me, child, why do you seek this knowledge? Do you not fear the power these symbols hold? Sophia thought carefully before answering. I'm not afraid, she said slowly. I feel drawn to them, like they're calling to me. I want to understand. Another long pause followed. Sophia held her breath, waiting. Finally, the voice spoke again, softer this time. Understanding comes at a price, young Sophia. Are you prepared to pay it? What kind of price? Sophia asked, a mixture of excitement and apprehension coursing through her. The shadows seemed to shift, and for a moment, Sophia thought she saw a pair of gleaming eyes looking down at her. Knowledge changes us, child. Once you learn the true nature of these symbols, of the power they contain, you can never go back to the person you were before. Are you willing to be transformed? Sophia's mind raced. This was more than she had bargained for, yet she felt an inexplicable pull towards the mystery the tower represented. I think so, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. A sigh drifted down from the window, filled with an emotion Sophia couldn't quite identify. Was it sadness? Resignation? Or perhaps hope? Very well, the voice said. Return tomorrow night, when the moon is at its highest. Bring with you a token of your commitment, something precious to you that you're willing to leave behind. If you do this, I will begin to teach you the true nature of the symbols. Sophia's heart leapt with excitement. I will. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. As she turned to leave, the voice called out once more. Sophia. She looked back up at the window. Yes? Be certain this is what you want. The path you're choosing is not an easy one. Sophia nodded solemnly. I understand. But I know this is right. I can feel it. As she walked home, her mind whirling with possibilities, Sophia failed to notice the figure watching her from the shadows of the trees. Alastair stepped out into the moonlight, a concerned expression on his face. Oh, Sophia, he murmured. I hope you truly are ready for what lies ahead. That night, Sophia tossed and turned in her bed, her dreams filled with swirling symbols and whispered incantations. She awoke just before dawn, her decision made. Reaching under her pillow, she pulled out a small, silver locket, a gift from her grandmother before she passed away. I'm sorry, Gran, Sophia whispered, clutching the locket to her chest. But I think this is what I'm meant to do. As the first rays of sunlight crept through her window, Sophia felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness for what the coming night would bring. Little did she know, her decision to return to the tower would set in motion a chain of events that would not only change her life, but the fate of the entire town. The mystery of the tower and its occupant was about to unravel, and Sophia was at the heart of it all. Sophia began leaving small gifts at the tower's door, books, flowers, and handwritten notes. It started as a simple gesture, a way to show her appreciation for the mysterious occupant who had agreed to teach her. But as days turned into weeks, it became a ritual, a silent conversation between her and the enigmatic sorcerer. One crisp autumn morning, Sophia approached the tower with her latest offering, a well-worn copy of The Secret Garden and a bunch of wildflowers she had gathered on her way. As she placed them at the base of the tower, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Back again, I see, Alastair said, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Sophia jumped, nearly dropping her gifts. Alastair, you startled me. The old gardener chuckled. My apologies, child. I couldn't help but notice your daily pilgrimage. Care to explain why you're leaving these trinkets? Sophia hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. I met the sorcerer, she admitted. He agreed to teach me about the symbols, but I wanted to show my gratitude. Alastair's bushy eyebrows shot up. Did he now? And what did you offer in return for such knowledge? My grandmother's locket, Sophia said quietly, her hand unconsciously reaching for her neck where the locket used to hang. Alastair's expression softened. A precious gift indeed. And these daily offerings? Sophia shrugged, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. I just thought, well, it must be lonely up there. I wanted to share things I love, to maybe make a connection. The old man nodded thoughtfully. A kind gesture. But be careful, Sophia. Kindness can be a powerful magic of its own. As if on cue, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the pages of the book Sophia had left. To her amazement, the book opened on its own, pages flipping rapidly before settling on a specific passage. Sophia gasped. Did you see that? Alastair smiled mysteriously. See what, child? Kneeling down, Sophia read the highlighted passage aloud. If you look the right way, you can see that the whole world is a garden. Do you think he's trying to tell me something? Perhaps, Alastair mused. Or perhaps the wind simply fancies itself a literary critic. Either way, it seems your gifts are not going unnoticed. Encouraged, Sophia continued her daily ritual with renewed enthusiasm. Each day, she would leave a carefully chosen gift, and each day, she would find a subtle response. A flower bloomed out of season, a perfectly smooth stone appeared where there had been none before, or a page marked in a returned book. One day, as Sophia approached the tower with a hand-drawn map of constellations, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box waiting for her. Her hands trembling with excitement, she opened it to find a single, iridescent feather inside. What does it mean? She wondered aloud, marveling at the way the feathers seemed to change colors in the light. It means, Alastair's voice came from behind her, making her jump once again, that you're ready for the next step in your journey. Sophia turned to face him, the feather clutched carefully in her hand. The next step? What do you mean? Alastair's eyes twinkled with a mixture of pride and concern. The sorcerer doesn't give gifts lightly, Sophia. That feather is a key to unlocking deeper mysteries of the tower. But how do I use it? Sophia asked, examining the feather closely. That, my dear, is something you'll have to discover for yourself, Alastair replied. But remember, with greater knowledge comes greater responsibility. Are you prepared for that? Sophia nodded solemnly. I am. I've come too far to turn back now. As she tucked the feather carefully into her pocket, a warm breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faint scent of old books and something else, something magical. He's watching, isn't he? Sophia asked, looking up at the tower's highest window. Alastair nodded. Always. The question is, what will you do now that you have his attention? Sophia squared her shoulders, a determined glint in her eye. I'm going to learn everything I can. I'm going to unravel the mysteries of this tower, no matter what it takes. As she turned to leave, Sophia missed the look of concern that flashed across Alastair's face. The old gardener watched her go, murmuring to himself, "Be careful what you wish for, child. The path of knowledge is not always a kind one." In the days that followed, Sophia's gifts became more elaborate puzzles she had solved, riddles she had deciphered, and observations about the magical occurrences around the tower. And with each offering, the responses grew more intricate and revealing. Little did Sophia know, her simple acts of kindness were slowly but surely changing the heart of the tower's reclusive occupant. The sorcerer, long isolated from the world, found himself looking forward to the daily gifts, each one a small window into the mind of the extraordinary girl who had dared to reach out to him. As autumn deepened into winter, the tower's mysteries began to unfold, one gift at a time. And Sophia, armed with nothing more than her curiosity and compassion, was unwittingly setting in motion events that would change not only her life but the very fabric of reality in her small town. To Sophia's surprise, she found responses to her gifts: beautiful, intricate origami animals. The first appeared on a chilly morning in late autumn, a delicate paper crane perched atop the book she had left the previous day. Sophia gasped, carefully picking up the origami creation. "It's beautiful," she whispered, marveling at the precise folds and the iridescent sheen of the paper. As she examined the crane, a small note fluttered to the ground. With trembling fingers, Sophia unfolded it to read, "Curiosity is the key that unlocks all doors. Keep seeking, young Sophia." Her heart raced with excitement. This was the first direct communication she had received from the tower's mysterious occupant. "Alastair," she called out, knowing the old gardener was never far. "Look at this." The wizened man appeared from behind a nearby tree, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, I see our reclusive friend has decided to respond. Interesting choice, the crane." Sophia looked up, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? Does it have a special meaning?" Alastair nodded sagely. "In many cultures, the crane symbolizes longevity, good fortune, and peace. But it's also associated with patience and the ability to navigate difficult journeys." Sophia pondered this, gently stroking the paper crane's wing. "Do you think he's trying to tell me something?" "Perhaps," Alastair mused. "Or perhaps he's simply acknowledging your persistence. Either way, it seems you've caught his attention." From that day forward, Sophia's gifts were always met with an origami creation, each more intricate than the last. A fox with a bushy tail made from dozens of tiny folds. A dragon with scales so fine they seemed to shimmer. A peacock with a fan of feathers that could actually open and close. One afternoon, as Sophia approached the tower with her latest offering, a collection of pressed flowers she had gathered over the summer, she found not one, but a whole menagerie of paper animals waiting for her. "Oh my," she breathed, kneeling to examine them. There was a deer, a rabbit, an owl, and several other creatures she couldn't immediately identify. As she picked up the owl, she noticed something unusual. There were words written on its wings in a flowing, elegant script. Carefully unfolding it, she read aloud, "The forest holds secrets old as time. Seek the guardian of the ancient oak." Sophia's brow furrowed in confusion. The guardian of the ancient oak? What could that mean? "It means," Alastair's voice came from behind her, making her jump, "that you're being given a task." Sophia whirled around. "A task? From the sorcerer?" Alastair nodded, his expression serious. "It seems he's decided you're ready for the next step in your journey. The question is, are you prepared to take it?" Sophia stood, clutching the paper owl to her chest. "Of course I am. But I don't understand. What am I supposed to do?" The old gardener smiled enigmatically. "That's for you to figure out, my dear. But I will give you this advice. In the world of magic, nothing is ever quite as it seems. Look beyond the obvious, and trust your instincts." Sophia spent the rest of the day pondering the message and examining each origami animal for clues. As the sun began to set, she made a decision. "I'm going into the forest," she announced to Alastair, who had been quietly tending to some nearby bushes. He looked up, concern etched on his weathered face. "At night? Are you certain that's wise?" Sophia nodded determinedly. "The owl was nocturnal, right? I think that's a clue. And besides, if this is a test from the sorcerer, I can't back down now." Alastair sighed, but there was a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "Very well. But take this with you." He handed her a small, smooth stone with a strange symbol carved into it. "For protection," he explained. As Sophia ventured into the darkening forest, the paper owl clutched in one hand and a alaster stone in the other. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The trees seemed to whisper as she passed, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. After what felt like hours of wandering, Sophia stumbled into a moonlit clearing. In the center stood the largest oak tree she had ever seen, its trunk wider than her arms could encircle. "Hello," she called out tentatively. "I'm looking for the guardian of the ancient oak." For a moment, all was silent. Then, to Sophia's amazement, the bark of the tree began to shift and change. A face emerged from the wood, wise and ancient. "Welcome, young seeker," the tree spoke, its voice like rustling leaves. "I am the guardian you seek. Tell me, what brings you to my glade?" Sophia held up the paper owl, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I was sent here, by the sorcerer in the tower. I think I'm supposed to learn something." The tree's bark lips curved into a smile. "Indeed you are, child. Indeed you are. Your journey has only just begun, and the lessons that await you are greater than you can imagine." As the guardian began to speak, sharing secrets of the forest and magic beyond Sophia's wildest dreams, she realized that the origami animals had been more than just beautiful creations. They were the first steps on a path that would change her life forever. As weeks passed, Sophia and the tower's occupant exchanged messages, forming an unusual friendship. The origami animals became more intricate, often containing riddles or clues that led Sophia on many adventures around the town and nearby forest. In return, Sophia's gifts grew more personal and thoughtful, each one a window into her world and her growing understanding of magic. One crisp autumn evening, Sophia approached the tower with a small, ornate box in her hands. Inside was a collection of items she had gathered over the past month: a smooth river stone with natural runes, a feather from a rare bird she'd spotted in the forest, and a small vial of morning dew she'd collected at dawn. As she placed the box at the tower's base, a warm breeze rustled through the trees, carrying a whisper that sounded suspiciously like her name. Sophia smiled, now accustomed to these subtle manifestations of magic. "I hope you like these," she said softly, addressing the tower. "I've been learning so much, and I wanted to show you." To her surprise, a voice responded, not from the wind, but from somewhere above. "Your progress is impressive, young Sophia." She looked up, heart racing, to see a shadowy figure in one of the tower's high windows. "Is that you? The sorcerer?" A low chuckle echoed down. "Indeed it is. I believe it's time we spoke face to face, or at least voice to voice." Sophia's excitement was palpable. "Really? I have so many questions." "I'm sure you do," the voice replied, a hint of amusement coloring its tone. "But first, tell me, what have you learned from our exchanges?" Sophia thought carefully before answering. "I've learned that magic is everywhere if you know how to look for it. It's in the way the wind carries messages, in the patterns of leaves on the forest floor, in the flight of birds at sunset. But most importantly, I've learned that magic isn't just about power or spells. It's about connection to nature, to the world around us, and to each other." There was a long pause, and Sophia feared she had said something wrong. Then, the voice spoke again, softer this time. "Well said, child. You've grasped in weeks what takes some a lifetime to understand." Emboldened, Sophia asked, "Will you teach me more?" "There's still so much I don't know." "Knowledge is a heavy burden, Sophia," the sorcerer warned. Are you prepared for the responsibility it brings? Sophia nodded solemnly, then remembered the sorcerer probably couldn't see her. Yes, she said firmly. I am. Very well, the voice replied. But remember, true learning comes not just from instruction, but from experience. Are you willing to face challenges? To test your understanding in real-world situations? I am, Sophia said, her voice filled with determination. The sorcerer seemed to consider this for a moment. Then here is your next task. In 3 days' time, at the stroke of midnight, there will be a convergence of magical energies in the heart of the forest. Your challenge is to navigate to the center of this convergence and retrieve a single item that calls to you. But be warned, the forest will be alive with magic, and not all of it benign. Sophia's mind raced with questions. How will I find the convergence? How will I know what item to choose? Trust in what you've learned, the sorcerer advised. The clues are all around you, if you know how to read them. And as for the item, you'll know it when you see it. It will resonate with your own magical signature. Just then, Alastair's voice called out from the edge of the clearing. Sophia? It's getting late, child. You should head home. Sophia turned to respond to Alastair, then quickly looked back at the tower window, but the shadowy figure was gone. I'll be right there, she called to Alastair, then whispered to the tower, Thank you. I won't let you down. As she walked home with Alastair, her mind buzzing with plans for the upcoming challenge, Sophia felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Alastair, she asked, have you ever heard of a magical convergence in the forest? The old gardener's eyebrows shot up. Now where did you hear about that? Sophia hesitated, then decided on honesty. The sorcerer told me. He's given me a task. Alastair's face grew serious. Be careful, Sophia. Such events are rare and powerful. They can be dangerous for the unprepared. Will you help me prepare? Sophia asked hopefully. Alastair smiled, a twinkle in his eye. I thought you'd never ask. Meet me tomorrow at dawn. We have much to do and little time. As Sophia fell asleep that night, her dreams were filled with swirling magic and whispered secrets. She knew that in 3 days' time, she would face her greatest challenge yet. But with the knowledge she'd gained from the sorcerer and Alastair's guidance, she felt ready for whatever the magical convergence might bring. Little did Sophia know, this task would not only test her magical abilities but also challenge her understanding of friendship, trust, and the true nature of the connection she'd formed with the mysterious occupant of the tower. The sorcerer revealed bits of his past, hinting at a tragic event that led to his isolation. It was a chilly autumn evening when Sophia approached the tower, her arms laden with books on local history and folklore. As she arranged them at the base of the tower, a familiar voice drifted down from above. You seem particularly studious today, young Sophia, the sorcerer observed, a hint of amusement in his tone. Sophia looked up, her eyes bright with excitement. I've been researching the history of our town and the surrounding area. I thought it might help me understand more about you and the tower. There was a long pause, and Sophia feared she had overstepped. But then the sorcerer spoke again, his voice softer this time. Curiosity is a powerful thing, child. But be warned, not all knowledge brings comfort. Encouraged by his response, Sophia pressed on. I've read about a great magical conflict that happened here centuries ago. Was that when you came to the tower? The air seemed to grow heavy, charged with an unseen energy. When the sorcerer finally replied, his voice was tinged with a sadness that made Sophia's heart ache. No, child. I came to this tower long before that conflict. In fact, I played a role in it. Sophia's eyes widened. You did? What happened? The sorcerer sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. It's a long and painful tale, Sophia. Are you sure you want to hear it? Yes, Sophia said without hesitation. Please, I want to understand. Very well, the sorcerer began. Many centuries ago, I was not the recluse you know today. I was a respected mage, part of a thriving magical community. We used our powers to help the land and its people prosper. Sophia listened intently, hanging on every word. But power, even when used for good, can corrupt, the sorcerer continued. Some among us began to crave more. They delved into darker magics, seeking ways to extend their lives and increase their powers. Is that what caused the conflict? Sophia asked. In part, the sorcerer replied. I was one of those who sought greater power. I convinced myself it was for the greater good, that with more magic at my disposal, I could do more to help others. His voice grew heavier with regret. But the magic I tapped into was ancient and volatile. I couldn't control it. The resulting explosion of magical energy devastated the land for miles around. Sophia gasped. Is that why the forest seems so alive with magic? Indeed, the sorcerer confirmed. The residual energy from that cataclysm still lingers, infusing everything it touches with a trace of magic. But what happened to you? Sophia pressed. Why did you isolate yourself in the tower? There was another long pause before the sorcerer answered. Guilt, child. Overwhelming guilt. My actions had caused so much destruction, had cost so many lives. I couldn't bear to face the world after what I'd done. Sophia's heart went out to the sorcerer. But you've been alone all this time? That's so sad. It was my penance, the sorcerer explained. I vowed to remain here, to watch over the magic I had unleashed and ensure it never again caused such harm. But surely after all this time, you've atoned? Sophia argued. You've helped me, taught me about magic. That has to count for something. The sorcerer's voice softened. Perhaps. Your presence here, your eagerness to learn, it has stirred something in me that I thought long dead. Sophia smiled, hope blossoming in her chest. Then maybe it's time for you to rejoin the world? To use your knowledge to help others again? It's not that simple, child, the sorcerer replied, but there was a note of uncertainty in his voice. The world has changed much in my absence. And there are those who would still seek to use my power for ill. But you don't have to face it alone, Sophia insisted. I could help you. We could show people the beauty of magic, teach them to use it responsibly. There was a long silence, and Sophia held her breath, hoping she hadn't pushed too far. Finally, the sorcerer spoke. You have a kind heart, Sophia. And perhaps you're right. It may be time for me to reconsider my isolation. But such a decision cannot be made lightly. Sophia nodded eagerly. I understand. Take all the time you need. But please, don't shut yourself away completely. There's so much good you could do. As she turned to leave, Sophia heard the sorcerer call out one last time. Sophia? Yes? Thank you. For listening, for understanding. It's been a very long time since I've shared my story with anyone. Sophia smiled up at the tower. Thank you for trusting me with it. I promise, I won't let you down. As she walked home, her mind buzzing with all she had learned, Sophia felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was more determined than ever to master her magical studies, not just for herself, but for the lonely sorcerer who had suffered for so long. Little did she know, Her compassion and enthusiasm were slowly but surely melting the ice around the sorcerer's heart, setting in motion events that would change not just their lives, but the entire magical world. Sophia noticed peculiar occurrences around the tower, flowers blooming out of season, and animals behaving oddly. It was a crisp autumn morning when Sophia first noticed something unusual on her daily visit to the tower. As she approached, she gasped in surprise. A patch of vibrant spring daffodils had sprouted overnight, their sunny yellow petals a stark contrast to the red and gold leaves carpeting the ground. "That's impossible," Sophia murmured, kneeling to examine the flowers. They were real, their petals soft and delicate under her fingertips. Impossible is a word often used by those who haven't yet learned to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, came Alastair's voice from behind her. Sophia jumped, still not used to the old gardener's habit of appearing seemingly out of nowhere. "Alastair, look at these flowers. How can they be blooming now? It's almost winter." Alastair's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Magic, my dear. The tower's presence affects more than just those who seek it out. It changes the very nature of its surroundings." As if to prove his point, a bright blue butterfly fluttered past, landing gracefully on one of the daffodils. Sophia's eyes widened. "But butterflies should be gone by now, shouldn't they?" Alastair nodded. "Indeed they should. Keep your eyes open, Sophia. You'll find many such wonders around here if you look closely enough." Over the next few days, Sophia paid closer attention to her surroundings as she made her daily visits to the tower. She noticed squirrels gathering acorns, but instead of burying them, they were arranging them in intricate patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang melodies that seemed almost like words, just on the edge of understanding. Even the trees seemed more alive, their branches swaying in patterns that couldn't be explained by the wind alone. One afternoon, as Sophia sat sketching the tower, a fox approached her. Unlike the usually shy creatures, this one walked right up to her, its intelligent eyes fixed on her face. "Hello there," Sophia said softly, trying not to startle the animal. To her amazement, the fox dipped its head in what could only be described as a bow, then turned and trotted towards a dense patch of bushes. It stopped and looked back at her, as if waiting. Do you want me to follow you?" Sophia asked, hardly believing she was talking to a fox. The fox yipped once, then continued on its path. Heart pounding with excitement, Sophia gathered her things and followed. The fox led her through twisting paths she'd never noticed before, deeper into the forest than she'd ever ventured. Finally, they emerged into a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wider than Sophia could have wrapped her arms around. The fox sat at the base of the tree, looking expectantly at Sophia. "What is this place?" Sophia whispered, awed by the majestic tree. As if in answer, a warm breeze rustled through the leaves, and Sophia could have sworn she heard words in the whisper of wind. "Welcome, seeker of knowledge." Sophia's eyes widened. Did you just speak to me?" she asked the tree, feeling a bit foolish. The breeze came again, stronger this time. "I am the heart of the forest, young one. The magic of the tower has awakened me, as it has awakened many things in this realm." Sophia's mind raced with questions. "But why? Why show yourself to me?" "Because you have proven yourself worthy," the tree's voice rustled. "You approach magic with respect and wonder, not greed or ambition. The sorcerer has chosen well in you." "Chosen?" Sophia repeated, confused. "What do you mean?" But before the tree could answer, Sophia heard Alastair's voice calling her name from a distance. The fox stood, nudging Sophia's hand gently before disappearing into the underbrush. "I must go," the tree's voice whispered. But remember, young Sophia, magic is alive, and it responds to those who approach it with an open heart. Return when you are ready to learn more. As the breeze died down, Sophia heard Alastair's voice getting closer. She turned to see him emerging from the trees, a look of relief on his face. There you are. I was worried when I couldn't find you near the tower, Alastair said. Sophia's mind was still reeling from her encounter. Alastair, you won't believe what just happened. I followed a fox, and there was this tree that spoke to me, and Alastair held up a hand, a knowing smile on his face. Slow down, child. It seems the forest has decided to reveal some of its secrets to you. This is a significant development indeed. As they walked back towards the tower, Sophia couldn't stop talking about everything she'd seen and heard. Alastair listened patiently, occasionally nodding or humming in agreement. The magic is growing stronger, he mused, almost to himself. The balance is shifting. I wonder. Wonder what? Sophia asked eagerly. Alastair shook his head. Nothing to concern yourself with yet, my dear. For now, focus on your lessons. It seems the forest itself wishes to teach you, and that is an opportunity not to be taken lightly. As they reached the edge of the clearing where the tower stood, Sophia looked up at its imposing structure with new eyes. The peculiar occurrences she'd noticed were more than just odd coincidences. They were signs of a magical awakening, and somehow, she was at the center of it all. Little did Sophia know, her adventures in the magical forest were just beginning, and the lessons she would learn would challenge everything she thought she knew about the world around her. Sophia discovered an old legend about a powerful mage who was cursed for his arrogance. It was a rainy afternoon when Sophia found herself in the town's small, dusty library. She had been poring over ancient tomes and local histories for hours, searching for any information that might help her understand the mysterious tower and its occupant. As she reached for yet another weathered book, a thin volume slipped from the shelf and fell open at her feet. Sophia bent to pick it up, her eyes catching on an illustration of a familiar-looking tower. "What's this?" she murmured, settling into a nearby chair to examine the book more closely. "Ah, I see you found the legend of the cursed mage," came a creaky voice from behind her. Sophia looked up to see Mrs. Pembroke, the elderly librarian, peering at her over wire-rimmed glasses. "Is that what this book is about?" Sophia asked, her curiosity piqued. Mrs. Pembroke nodded, pulling up a chair next to Sophia. "Indeed it is. It's an old tale, one that's been passed down in this town for generations. Some say it's just a story, but others..." She trailed off, her eyes distant. "Others what?" Sophia pressed. The librarian leaned in, lowering her voice. "Others believe it's true. That the mage in the story is real, and that he still lives in that very tower on the edge of town." Sophia's heart raced. Could this be the story of the sorcerer she'd been communicating with? "Can you tell me more about the legend?" she asked eagerly. Mrs. Pembroke settled back in her chair, a gleam in her eye. "Well, according to the tale, there was once a powerful mage who lived in our town. He was brilliant and talented, but also proud and arrogant. He believed his magical abilities were unmatched, and he looked down on those he deemed less skilled." Sophia listened intently, hanging on every word. "One day," Mrs. Pembroke continued, "the mage decided to perform a great magical feat to prove his superiority once and for all. He announced that he would harness the power of the stars themselves, bending the cosmos to his will." "That sounds dangerous," Sophia interjected. The librarian nodded gravely. "Indeed it was. The other mages in the town warned him against it, saying that such power was not meant for mortals to control. But the arrogant mage ignored their warnings." "What happened next?" Sophia asked, though she had a sinking feeling she knew where this was going. He attempted the spell, Mrs. Pembroke said, her voice dropping to a whisper. And at first, it seemed to work. The stars blazed brightly in the sky, and magical energy surged around him. But then, something went terribly wrong. Sophia leaned in, her eyes wide. Wrong how? The magic backfired, the librarian explained. It turned on the mage, trapping him in a prison of his own making. The tower he had built as a testament to his power became his eternal cage. So he's still there? Sophia asked, thinking of the mysterious figure she'd been communicating with. Mrs. Pembroke shrugged. That's what the legend says. It claims that the mage was cursed to remain in the tower, unable to leave, watching the world change around him while he remained unchanged. His punishment for his arrogance was eternal solitude. Sophia's mind was racing. This story aligned so closely with what she knew of the sorcerer. But the legend doesn't say anything about the curse being broken. The librarian shook her head. No, child. The curse was said to be unbreakable. A fitting punishment for one who thought himself above all others. Sophia frowned, thinking of the lonely figure in the tower. That seems so sad, though. To be alone forever, with no chance of redemption. Mrs. Pembroke patted Sophia's hand gently. That's the point of the tale, dear. It's a warning against the dangers of pride and arrogance. A reminder that even the most powerful among us are not infallible. As Sophia left the library that evening, her mind was whirling with this new information. The story seemed to explain so much about the sorcerer's isolation and reluctance to engage with the outside world. But something didn't quite add up. If the curse is unbreakable, she mused aloud as she walked home, then how have I been able to communicate with him? And why would he be teaching me about magic? She resolved to ask the sorcerer about the legend on her next visit to the tower. As she approached her house, she saw Laster tending to the garden next door. Alaster, she called out, rushing over to him. Have you ever heard of the legend of the cursed mage? The old gardener straightened up, a knowing look in his eye. Ah, so you've discovered that old tale, have you? Tell me, Sophia, what do you make of it? Sophia hesitated, then said, I think it might be true. Or at least partly true. But if it is, then there's still so much I don't understand. Alaster nodded sagely. Legends often have a kernel of truth at their core, child. But remember, the truth can be more complex than any story. Keep seeking, keep questioning. The answers you find may surprise you. As Sophia bid Alaster goodnight and headed inside, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the brink of uncovering something big. The legend of the cursed mage was just another piece of the puzzle, and she was determined to see the whole picture, no matter what it might reveal. The sorcerer finally invited Sophia inside, revealing himself as a young man trapped in an aging body. It was a crisp autumn evening when Sophia approached the tower, her heart racing with anticipation. She had received a cryptic message earlier that day, etched onto a leaf that had floated down from the tower's highest window. Tonight, when the moon is highest, the door will open. As she reached the base of the tower, the air seemed to crackle with energy. Sophia took a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever might come next. I'm here, she called out, her voice steady despite her nerves. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding of stone on stone, a door materialized in the tower's base where there had been only solid wall before. Sophia hesitated for just a second before pushing the door open and stepping inside. She found herself in a circular room, dimly lit by floating orbs of soft blue light. Books and scrolls covered every available surface, and strange instruments she couldn't even begin to identify cluttered the tables. "Welcome, Sophia," a voice called from the shadows. "I've been expecting you." Sophia squinted, trying to make out the figure emerging from the darkness. As he stepped into the light, she gasped. The sorcerer was not the ancient, wizened man she had imagined. Instead, he appeared to be a young man, perhaps in his early 20s. But something was off. His skin seemed to shift and ripple, occasionally revealing glimpses of wrinkles and age spots before smoothing out again. "You're young," Sophia stammered, unsure of what else to say. The sorcerer smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "And old, and everything in between. This is part of my curse, Sophia. To be eternally caught between youth and age, never truly one or the other." Sophia's mind raced, trying to process what she was seeing. "But how?" "The legend said you were cursed with eternal solitude, not this." "Ah, you've heard the tale," the sorcerer nodded. "Like most legends, it contains elements of truth, but not the whole story. My punishment was indeed to be trapped here, but the nature of the curse was more complex than mere isolation." He gestured for Sophia to sit in a nearby chair, which she did, her eyes never leaving his shifting form. "You see, Sophia, my crime was not just arrogance, but a desire to control time itself. I sought to extend my life indefinitely, to cheat death and remain forever young. The backfired spell granted my wish, in a twisted way. I am indeed an aging, but also unable to truly live." Sophia leaned forward, fascinated despite her lingering unease. "So you're trapped between youth and old age? But why reveal this to me now?" The sorcerer's expression turned serious. "Because, my young friend, I believe you may be the key to breaking this curse. Your ability to see beyond the illusions, to connect with the tower and its magic, it's unlike anything I've encountered in centuries." Sophia's eyes widened. "Me? But I'm nobody special. I'm still learning about magic. I can't possibly dash." "Don't underestimate yourself," the sorcerer interrupted gently. "Your intuitive understanding of magic, your compassion, your unwavering curiosity, these are rare and powerful traits. And more importantly, you've begun to change things already." "What do you mean?" Sophia asked, puzzled. The sorcerer held out his hand, and Sophia noticed that for a moment, it remained steady and youthful, without the usual shifting. "Since you began visiting the tower, communicating with me, the curse has fluctuated. It's as if your presence is causing cracks in its foundation." Sophia stared at his hand, then back at his face. "So what does this mean? What do we do now?" The sorcerer sighed, lowering his hand. "I'm not entirely sure. Breaking a curse of this magnitude is no simple task. It will require study, experimentation, and quite possibly danger. I wouldn't ask this of you if I saw any other way, Sophia. But I believe that together, we might have a chance of unraveling this magical knot." Sophia sat in silence for a moment, processing everything she had heard. Part of her was terrified at the prospect of taking on such a monumental task. But another part, the part that had been drawn to the tower from the beginning, thrilled at the challenge. Finally, she looked up, meeting the sorcerer's shifting gaze with determination. "I'll do it. I'll help you break the curse. But I have conditions." The sorcerer raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Oh? And what might those be?" "First," Sophia said firmly, "no more secrets. If we're going to work together, I need to know everything about the curse, about your past, about the magic we'll be dealing with." The sorcerer nodded solemnly. "Agreed. And your other conditions?" "Second, we do this ethically. No dark magic, no hurting anyone else to achieve our goal. And third, Sophia took a deep breath. If we succeed, you have to promise to use your freedom and your magic to help others. No more hiding in the tower. For a long moment, the sorcerer was silent, his form shifting more rapidly than before. Then, slowly, he extended his hand to Sophia. Your terms are fair, and I accept them. We have a deal, young Sophia. As Sophia shook his hand, sealing their agreement, she felt a surge of magical energy course through her. She knew in that moment that her life had changed irrevocably. The path ahead would be challenging and fraught with danger, but also filled with wonders beyond her wildest dreams. So, she said, a smile spreading across her face, where do we begin? The sorcerer matched her smile, gesturing to the room full of ancient tomes and magical artifacts. We begin, my young apprentice, with knowledge. There's much to learn, and time, as always, is of the essence. And so, under the light of the magical orbs, Sophia's true magical education began, setting in motion events that would not only change her life and the sorcerer's, but potentially the very nature of magic itself. He explains the curse that binds him to the tower, slowly draining his humanity. Sophia sat in rapt attention as the sorcerer paced the circular room, his form shifting between youth and age with each step. The floating orbs of light seemed to pulse in sync with his movements, casting eerie shadows on the book-lined walls. The curse, he began, his voice carrying the weight of centuries, is far more complex than the legends suggest. It's not just a matter of being trapped in this tower, Sophia. It's a slow, insidious drain on my very essence. Sophia leaned forward, her brow furrowed in concern. What do you mean by essence? The sorcerer paused, considering his words carefully. My humanity, child. My ability to feel, to connect, to experience life as mortals do. With each passing year, I feel a piece of myself slip away. But you've been communicating with me, Sophia pointed out. You've been teaching me. Doesn't that count as connecting? A sad smile flickered across the sorcerer's face. Indeed, and that's part of why you're so important, Sophia. Your presence, your curiosity, your enthusiasm, they've stirred something in me that I thought long lost. But it's a temporary reprieve at best. He waved his hand, and a shimmering image appeared in the air between them. It showed a younger version of himself, vibrant and full of life, gradually aging and fading until it was little more than a wisp. The curse feeds on my magical energy, he explained. It uses my own power to sustain itself, slowly transforming me into a being of pure magic, devoid of human emotion or connection. Sophia gasped, her hand covering her mouth. That's horrible. How long? I mean, how much time do you have left? The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, settling into a middle-aged appearance. It's hard to say. Time moves differently for me now. But I estimate perhaps a decade, maybe 2, before the transformation is complete. And then what happens? Sophia asked, dreading the answer. Then, he said softly, I will become one with the tower. A being of pure magical energy, omniscient within these walls but unable to interact with the outside world in any meaningful way. An observer, nothing more. Sophia stood up, pacing the room herself now. There has to be a way to break it. Every curse is a counter-curse, right? The sorcerer chuckled, but there was little humor in it. If only it were that simple. This curse was designed to be unbreakable, a fitting punishment for my hubris. Designed by who? Sophia pressed. Who could have that kind of power? The sorcerer's expression darkened. That, my young friend, is a tale for another time. Suffice it to say, there are forces in this world far beyond what most can imagine. Sophia wasn't satisfied with that answer, but she could see the pain in the sorcerer's shifting eyes and decided not to push further. Instead, she asked, "You said I'm important. How? What can I possibly do against the curse this powerful?" The sorcerer's form settled into its youthful appearance, a spark of hope in his eyes. "You, Sophia, are an anomaly. Your ability to see through the tower's illusions, to communicate with me, to intuitively understand magic, it's unprecedented. In all my years, I've never encountered anyone quite like you." He approached her, his gaze intense. "Your presence alone has caused fluctuations in the curse. It's as if your innate magical ability is incompatible with the curse's energy. You create ripples in its fabric, disruptions that momentarily weaken its hold on me." Sophia's mind raced with the implications. "So if we could amplify that effect somehow?" "Exactly," the sorcerer nodded. "If we can harness and direct your unique magical signature, we might be able to create enough instability in the curse to shatter it completely." "But how do we do that?" Sophia asked. "I'm still learning basic magic. I don't know how to harness or direct anything." The sorcerer smiled, and for a moment, he looked truly young. "That, my dear Sophia, is where your real education begins. We have much work ahead of us, and time is not on our side. Are you prepared for the challenges that lie ahead?" Sophia took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. "I am. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. I won't let you lose your humanity." The sorcerer placed a hand on her shoulder, and Sophia felt a surge of magical energy course through her. "Your compassion does you credit, child. But remember, this path will not be easy. The curse will fight back. It will try to deceive you, to turn you against me, to make you doubt everything you know." "I understand," Sophia nodded solemnly. "But I'm not afraid. We'll face it together." As they began to discuss the intricacies of the curse and the potential methods to counter it, Sophia couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. She was about to embark on a magical journey beyond her wildest dreams, with the fate of the sorcerer's very humanity hanging in the balance. Little did she know, the curse was already adapting to her presence, weaving new threads of deception that would test not only her magical abilities but also her trust, her beliefs, and her very understanding of the nature of magic itself. Sophia begins intensive magical training with the sorcerer, learning to harness her unique abilities. The tower room hummed with magical energy as Sophia stood in the center, her eyes closed in concentration. Around her, books floated in midair, their pages fluttering gently. "Focus, Sophia," the sorcerer's voice rang out. "Feel the energy flowing through you. You are the conduit, the bridge between the magical realm and our world." Sophia took a deep breath, trying to visualize the energy as the sorcerer had taught her. Slowly, the books began to spin around her, forming a cyclone of knowledge. "Good," the sorcerer nodded approvingly. "Now, reach out with your mind. Select the information you need." Sophia's brow furrowed as she concentrated. Suddenly, pages began tearing themselves from the books, swirling around her in a chaotic dance. I can see it," she gasped, her eyes still closed. "The words, the diagrams, they're all flowing into my mind." The sorcerer watched intently, his form shifting between youth and age as he observed his pupil. "Excellent. Now, bring it all together. Create something new from the fragments." Sophia's hands moved of their own accord, weaving the floating pages into a complex pattern. As she worked, the pages began to glow, merging and transforming until they formed a single, shimmering tone. With a final burst of energy, Sophia opened her eyes. The new book floated gently into her hands, its cover emblazoned with an intricate symbol that seemed to pulse with life. "I did it," she exclaimed, looking up at the sorcerer with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. The sorcerer smiled, a rare sight that made him look truly young for a moment. "Indeed you did, my apprentice. You've just created a grimoire of your own, filled with knowledge tailored specifically to your magical signature." Sophia ran her hand over the cover of the book, feeling the magic thrumming beneath her fingertips. "It's incredible. I can feel the power inside it." "Power that you created," the sorcerer reminded her. "This is the essence of true magic, Sophia. Not just memorizing spells and incantations, but understanding the fundamental nature of magical energy and bending it to your will." Sophia nodded, still marveling at her creation. "I never imagined I could do something like this. It's almost overwhelming." The sorcerer's expression turned serious. "And that is why we must be cautious. Your abilities are growing at an unprecedented rate. We must ensure that your control grows with them." He gestured, and a large mirror appeared on the wall. "Look at yourself, Sophia. What do you see?" Sophia turned to the mirror, gasping at her reflection. Her eyes were glowing with an otherworldly light, and faint lines of magical energy seemed to dance across her skin. "Is this normal?" she asked, a hint of fear in her voice. The sorcerer shook his head. "No, it is not. Your connection to magic is becoming visible, tangible. It's a sign of your growing power, but also a warning." "A warning of what?" "Of the dangers that lie ahead," he replied gravely. "The more you immerse yourself in magic, the more it will change you. We must find a balance, lest you lose yourself to the power." Sophia turned back to the sorcerer, her expression determined. "I won't let that happen. I'm doing this to save you, not to lose myself." The sorcerer placed a hand on her shoulder, his form settling into a middle-aged appearance. "I know, child. But the path of magic is treacherous. Even the best intentions can lead to ruin if one is not careful." He waved his hand, and the room transformed around them. Suddenly, they were standing in a vast, star-filled void. "This is where we must go next in your training," the sorcerer explained. "The cosmic realm, where the laws of magic are born. Here, we will seek the key to unraveling my curse." Sophia looked around in awe, feeling both exhilarated and terrified. "It's beautiful and terrifying. How do we even begin to navigate this?" The sorcerer pointed to the grimoire in her hands. "With the knowledge you've gathered and created, your grimoire is a map, a guide tailored to your unique magical signature. It will help you chart a course through this realm." Sophia opened the book, watching in amazement as the pages shifted and changed, revealing star charts and cosmic diagrams she somehow understood instinctively. "I see it," she breathed. "The patterns, the connections, it's all here." "Good," the sorcerer nodded. "Now, we begin the true test. We must journey through this realm, gathering the essence of cosmic magic. It is the only force powerful enough to potentially break my curse." Sophia looked up from her grimoire, a question forming in her mind. "But if this magic is so powerful, why couldn't you use it before? Why do you need me?" The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, settling into his oldest appearance. "Because, my dear Sophia, the curse prevents me from fully accessing this realm. It's part of my punishment to be aware of the solution but unable to reach it. You, with your unique abilities and untainted magical signature, are the key to bypassing this restriction." Sophia felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. "I understand. So, where do we start?" The sorcerer pointed to a distant constellation. "There. The Forge of Creation. It's where we'll find the first component needed to break the curse. Are you ready?" Sophia took a deep breath, clutching her grimoire tightly. "I'm ready. Let's do this." As they set off into the cosmic void, Sophia couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. She was about to embark on a journey beyond her wildest dreams, with the fate of the sorcerer's humanity hanging in the balance. Little did she know, this adventure would test not only her growing magical abilities but also her understanding of the very nature of reality itself. As Sophia's powers grow, she begins to uncover dark secrets about the sorcerer's past. The cosmic realm shimmered around them as Sophia and the sorcerer made their way through the starry void. They had been traveling for what felt like days, though time seemed to have little meaning in this place. Sophia clutched her grimoire tightly, its pages glowing faintly as it guided their path. She glanced at the sorcerer, noting how his form seemed more stable here, less prone to the constant shifting between youth and age. "We're getting close to the Forge of Creation," the sorcerer announced, his voice echoing strangely in the vastness of space. Sophia nodded, but her mind was elsewhere. Over the course of their journey, she had been practicing a new skill, one she hadn't told the sorcerer about yet. As her powers grew, she found she could sometimes catch glimpses of the past when she touched objects or people. And what she had seen in her brief contacts with the sorcerer troubled her deeply. "Before we go on," she said, coming to a stop, "there's something I need to ask you." The sorcerer turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it, my apprentice?" Sophia took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I've been having visions of the past. Your past." The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, betraying his surprise and concern. "That's an unexpected development. What exactly have you seen?" "I saw you," Sophia said slowly, watching his reaction carefully, "performing dark rituals. Sacrificing innocent people to increase your power. Is it true? Did you really do those things?" For a long moment, the sorcerer was silent, his form settling into its oldest appearance. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. "Yes, Sophia. It's true." Sophia took a step back, shock and disappointment warring on her face. "But why? How could you do such terrible things?" The sorcerer sighed, running a hand through his now gray hair. "You must understand, Sophia. I was young, ambitious, and utterly consumed by my quest for power. I convinced myself that the ends justified the means, that the knowledge I would gain would ultimately benefit the world. That doesn't make it right," Sophia exclaimed, her voice echoing in the cosmic void. "No, it doesn't," the sorcerer agreed. "And it took me far too long to realize that. My curse, it wasn't just a punishment for my arrogance. It was a safeguard to prevent me from causing more harm." Sophia's mind was reeling. Everything she thought she knew about the sorcerer, about their mission, was suddenly cast in a new light. "So all this time, when you talked about your crime being arrogance, I was not telling you the whole truth," the sorcerer finished for her. "Yes. I am deeply ashamed of my past, Sophia. I have spent centuries trying to atone for my actions, to find a way to undo the harm I caused." Sophia paced back and forth, her grimoire pulsing with agitated energy. "I don't understand. If you're so powerful, why didn't you just use your magic to help people? To make amends?" The sorcerer's form shifted to its youngest appearance, a bitter smile on his face. "The curse prevents it. Any attempt I make to use my magic for good is twisted, perverted. It's part of my punishment to have all this power and be unable to use it to help anyone." Sophia stopped pacing, turning to face him. "And that's why you need me. Because I can use magic without the curse interfering." "Exactly," the sorcerer nodded. "Your unique abilities, Your untainted magical signature, they offer a chance not just to break my curse, but to finally do some good in the world. Sophia was quiet for a long moment, processing everything she had learned. When she finally spoke, her voice was firm. I need to know everything. No more half-truths, no more omissions. If we're going to continue this, I need to know exactly what I'm dealing with. The sorcerer bowed his head in acceptance. You're right, of course. I should have been honest from the beginning. Ask your questions, Sophia. I will answer them all. And so, floating in the cosmic void, Sophia began to unravel the complex tapestry of the sorcerer's past. She learned of his humble beginnings, his rapid rise to power, and the terrible choices that led to his downfall. She heard tales of ancient magical wars, of rival sorcerers and dark creatures that still lurked in the shadows of the world. As the sorcerer spoke, Sophia found her feelings toward him shifting constantly. One moment she felt sympathy for the young man led astray by ambition, the next she was horrified by the atrocities he had committed. Through it all, she struggled to reconcile the mentor she had come to trust with this much darker figure from the past. So now you know, the sorcerer said finally, his form settling into a middle-aged appearance. The full, ugly truth of who I was, and who I'm trying to become. The question is, Sophia, what will you do with this knowledge? Sophia looked down at her grimoire, then out at the vast expanse of the cosmic realm around them. She thought of all she had learned, all she had accomplished, and the enormous responsibility that now rested on her shoulders. I need time to think, she said at last. This changes everything. I'm not sure I can trust you anymore, but I also can't ignore the good we might be able to do if we succeed. The sorcerer nodded solemnly. I understand. Take all the time you need. But remember, the curse continues its work. Every moment we delay brings me closer to losing my humanity entirely. As Sophia floated in the cosmic void, grappling with her conflicting emotions and the weight of her decision, she couldn't help but wonder, was she on the right path, or had she been unknowingly drawn into something far darker and more dangerous than she ever imagined? The forge of creation loomed in the distance, holding the promise of power and answers. But now, more than ever, Sophia understood the double-edged nature of that promise. Whatever she decided, she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Sophia must decide whether to continue helping the sorcerer or abandon her quest. The cosmic void stretched endlessly around her as Sophia floated in contemplative silence. The sorcerer kept a respectful distance, his form shifting restlessly between ages as he waited for her decision. Sophia's mind raced, replaying every interaction, every lesson, every moment of trust between them. The weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her. Finally, she turned to face her mentor. I have questions, she said, her voice firm despite her inner turmoil. And I need honest answers. No more half-truths or omissions. Can you promise me that? The sorcerer nodded solemnly, his form settling into its middle-aged appearance. You have my word, Sophia. Ask what you will. Sophia took a deep breath. The people you sacrificed in those dark rituals, who were they? The sorcerer's face contorted with pain and regret. They were volunteers, at first. Desperate people seeking power or favors. But as my ambition grew, so did my disregard for life. Towards the end, before my curse, they were simply innocents in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sophia felt a chill run through her. How many? Too many, the sorcerer whispered. Dozens, perhaps hundreds over the years. I lost count, lost myself in the pursuit of power. Sophia's grimoire pulsed angrily in her hands, reflecting her inner turmoil. And if we break your curse, how can I be sure you won't return to those ways? The sorcerer met her gaze steadily. You can't be sure, Sophia. None of us can ever be certain of our future actions. But I can tell you this, the weight of my guilt, the centuries of reflection and regret, have changed me fundamentally. I seek to break this curse not for power, but for a chance at redemption. Sophia considered his words carefully. You said the curse was a safeguard. What if breaking it unleashes something terrible upon the world? A valid concern, the sorcerer nodded. But consider this, the curse is slowly draining my humanity. In time, I will become a being of pure magical energy, bound to the tower but potentially capable of influencing the world in unpredictable ways. Breaking the curse offers a chance to prevent that, to allow me to live and eventually die as a mortal. Sophia floated silently for a moment, processing this information. Then another question occurred to her. The one who cursed you, who were they? And could they help us now? The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, settling into its oldest appearance. She was a mentor of sorts. The most powerful sorceress of her age. I was her student once, before my ambition led me astray. And where is she now? Sophia pressed. Gone, the sorcerer replied softly. She expended her life force to cast the curse, to stop me when no one else could. Her final act was one of both punishment and protection for me, and for the world. Sophia's mind reeled with this new information. She turned away, gazing out into the cosmic void as she grappled with her decision. The forge of creation loomed in the distance, a constant reminder of the power and knowledge that awaited them. After what seemed like an eternity, Sophia turned back to the sorcerer. I've made my decision, she said, her voice steady. The sorcerer straightened, his form settling into its youthful appearance. And what have you decided, my apprentice? Sophia took a deep breath. I will continue to help you, but on my terms. First, we find a way to safeguard against the possibility of your powers being misused if we break the curse. Second, we use our combined abilities to help those you've wronged in the past or their descendants. And third, you continue to teach me, not just magic, but ethics. I need to understand the responsibilities that come with this power. The sorcerer listened intently, nodding slowly as she laid out her conditions. When she finished, a small smile played at the corners of his mouth. You continue to surprise me, Sophia. Your wisdom belies your years. I accept your terms, and I'm grateful for the chance you're giving me. Sophia's grimoire glowed warmly in her hands, as if approving of her decision. Then let's continue our journey. But remember, I'll be watching you closely. Any sign that you're slipping back into old habits, and our deal is off. Understood, the sorcerer said solemnly. You have my word, for whatever that's worth to you now. As they turned toward the forge of creation, Sophia felt a mix of determination and apprehension. She knew the path ahead would be challenging, fraught with moral dilemmas and tests of character. But she also felt a glimmer of hope that together, they might right some ancient wrongs and bring more light into the world. So, Sophia said, her grimoire opening to reveal new, shimmering star charts, tell me more about this forge of creation. What exactly are we looking for there? As the sorcerer began to explain, his voice filled with a mixture of excitement and caution, Sophia listened intently. She knew that every piece of information, every scrap of knowledge, could be crucial in the trials to come. And as they floated through the cosmic void, master and apprentice bound by a fragile trust and a monumental task, the very fabric of magic itself seemed to hum with anticipation of what was to come. At the forge of creation, Sophia and the sorcerer face a series of magical trials. The cosmic void shimmered and warped around them as Sophia and the sorcerer approached the forge of creation. It loomed before them, a colossal structure of swirling energies and impossible geometries that seemed to defy the very laws of reality. "We're here," the sorcerer said, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "The forge of creation, where the fundamental forces of magic are born and shaped." Sophia clutched her grimoire tightly, feeling it pulse with energy in response to their proximity to the forge. "It's incredible," she breathed. "What do we do now?" As if in answer to her question, a booming voice echoed through the void. "Those who seek the power of creation must prove their worth. 3 trials await. Success will grant you entry. Failure is not an option." The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, settling into its middle-aged appearance. "Are you ready, Sophia? These trials will test not just our magical abilities, but our wisdom, our ethics, and our bond as master and apprentice." Sophia nodded, her expression determined. "I'm ready. Let's do this." The space around them shifted, and they found themselves in a vast, ever-changing labyrinth. Walls of pure magical energy rose and fell, pathways appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "The first trial," the voice announced. "Navigate the labyrinth of flux. Work together, for neither can succeed alone." Sophia and the sorcerer exchanged glances, then set off into the maze. At first, they tried to navigate independently, but quickly realized the futility of this approach. "We need to synchronize our magical signatures," the sorcerer called out as another wall materialized between them. "Your intuition, combined with my experience, it's the only way." Sophia closed her eyes, focusing on the magical energy flowing through her. She could feel the sorcerer's presence, a powerful but unstable force. Slowly, carefully, she began to attune her magic to his. As their energies aligned, the labyrinth began to respond. Pathways solidified, staying in place long enough for them to navigate. Working in tandem, they made their way through the ever-shifting maze, finally reaching the center. "Well done," the voice boomed. "You have passed the first trial. Now, face the second, the crucible of truth." The labyrinth dissolved, replaced by a serene garden. In the center stood a shimmering pool of liquid silver. "To proceed, you must each face your deepest truth, your greatest fear. Step into the pool, one at a time, and confront what lies within." The sorcerer stepped forward. "I'll go first," he said, his voice heavy with resignation. "I have far more to atone for." As he entered the pool, the liquid silver crawled up his body, enveloping him completely. Sophia watched in horror as the sorcerer's form writhed and contorted, faces of his past victims emerging from the silver surface, their voices a cacophony of pain and accusation. For what seemed like an eternity, the sorcerer stood motionless, enduring the onslaught of his past sins. Finally, the silver receded, leaving him gasping and trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry." Sophia helped him out of the pool, her heart heavy with the weight of what she had witnessed. Then, taking a deep breath, she stepped into the pool herself. The silver enveloped her, and Sophia found herself confronted with visions of power, herself, corrupted by the very magic she sought to master, becoming the very thing she feared in the sorcerer's past. She saw herself sacrificing others for knowledge, bending the world to her will. With all her strength, Sophia rejected these visions. "I am not defined by power," she declared. "I choose compassion. I choose responsibility." The silver retreated, and Sophia emerged, shaken but resolute. "You have faced your truths," the voice acknowledged. "Now, for the final trial, the choice of destiny." The garden transformed into a vast hall. At its center stood 2 pedestals, each holding a glowing orb. "Before you lie 2 paths," the voice explained. One offers unlimited magical knowledge, but at the cost of your deepest bonds. The other grants the power to heal and protect, but you must sacrifice your potential for greater magical growth. Choose wisely, for this choice will shape your destinies. Sophia and the sorcerer stood before the pedestals, the weight of the decision heavy upon them. "What do you think?" Sophia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The sorcerer's form shifted rapidly, reflecting his inner turmoil. I don't know. Once, I would have chosen knowledge without hesitation. But now... Sophia studied the orbs, feeling the pull of both. The allure of unlimited knowledge was strong, but the memory of her vision in the silver pool gave her pause. "I think," she said slowly, "that true wisdom lies not in how much we know, but in how we use what we know. And the strongest magic comes from connection, not isolation." The sorcerer nodded, a small smile forming on his face. "You continue to teach me, my apprentice. Shall we?" Together, they reached for the orb of healing and protection. As their hands touched it, a blinding light filled the hall. When it faded, they found themselves standing before the entrance to the Forge of Creation proper. "You have passed the trials," the voice declared. "Enter now, and claim the power you seek. But remember the lessons you have learned, for they will guide you in the challenges to come." As the massive doors of the forge swung open, Sophia and the sorcerer exchanged a look of determination and newfound understanding. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, guided by the wisdom they had gained. "Ready?" Sophia asked, her grimoire glowing with anticipation. The sorcerer nodded, his form settling into a harmonious blend of his various ages. "Ready. Let's reshape our destinies, and perhaps, in doing so, bring some light to the world." Hand in hand, master and apprentice stepped into the Forge of Creation, prepared to face whatever wonders and challenges awaited them within inside the forge. Sophia and the sorcerer discover the true nature of magic and the curse. The interior of the Forge of Creation defied comprehension. Streams of raw magical energy flowed like rivers through the air, coalescing into intricate patterns before dispersing again. The very fabric of reality seemed malleable here, shifting and changing with each passing moment. Sophia and the sorcerer stood in awe, their forms illuminated by the swirling energies around them. Sophia's grimoire hummed with power, its pages flipping rapidly as if trying to absorb the vast knowledge surrounding them. "It's incredible," Sophia breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "I can feel the magic in every fiber of my being." The sorcerer nodded, his form more stable than Sophia had ever seen it. "This is the source, Sophia. The wellspring from which all magic flows." As they ventured deeper into the forge, a shimmering figure began to take shape before them. It was neither male nor female, young nor old, but seemed to embody all forms at once. "Welcome, seekers," the figure spoke, its voice resonating on multiple levels. "I am the keeper of the forge. You have proven yourselves worthy to enter, but are you prepared for the truth that awaits you?" Sophia stepped forward, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "We've come seeking knowledge about the nature of magic and the curse that binds the sorcerer. We're prepared for whatever truth you have to offer." The keeper regarded them silently for a moment before speaking. "Very well. Observe." With a wave of its hand, the energies around them coalesced into a vast, intricate web. Strands of magic intertwined and pulsed with life, connecting everything in a complex tapestry. "This is the true nature of magic," the keeper explained. "It is not a force to be controlled or dominated, but a living, breathing ecosystem. Every spell cast, every enchantment made, ripples through this web, affecting the whole." The sorcerer's eyes widened in realization. "All this time, I thought I was mastering magic, but I was merely disturbing the balance. The keeper nodded solemnly. Your actions created dissonance in the web, threatening to unravel the very fabric of magic itself. The curse placed upon you was not merely punishment, but a necessary measure to preserve the balance. Sophia frowned, processing this information. But if the curse was necessary, why have our actions to break it been allowed to proceed? Why were we able to reach the forge? A smile played at the corners of the keeper's ethereal form. An astute question, young one. The answer lies in the nature of balance itself. Just as your master's actions threatened to tip the scales too far in one direction, his centuries of isolation risked tipping them too far in the other. The keeper waved its hand again, and the magical web shifted, revealing dark spots where the energy seemed to stagnate. These are the result of the curse areas where the flow of magic has become blocked or corrupted. Left unchecked, they would eventually poison the entire system. Sophia's grimoire suddenly flew open, its pages glowing brightly. The young apprentice gasped as understanding flooded through her. That's why I was drawn to the tower, why I have these abilities. I'm meant to help restore the balance. The sorcerer turned to Sophia, his expression a mixture of awe and pride. Of course. Your unique magical signature, your intuitive understanding of magic, you're a catalyst for healing the web. The keeper nodded approvingly. Indeed. The curse must be broken, not to free the sorcerer, but to release the stagnant energy and allow it to flow freely once more. However, this task carries great risk. If not done correctly, it could shatter the web entirely, unraveling the very foundations of magic. Sophia and the sorcerer exchanged determined looks. Tell us what we need to do, the sorcerer said. We've come too far to turn back now. The keeper's form shimmered, and 3 glowing orbs appeared before them. These contain the essence of creation, destruction, and transformation, the fundamental forces of magic. To break the curse and heal the web, you must harmonize these forces within yourselves and channel them into the points of stagnation. Sophia reached out, feeling the power emanating from the orbs. But how do we do that without losing ourselves in the process? That, the keeper said, is the true test. You must remain anchored to your core selves, to the truths you discovered in the trials. Your bond as master and apprentice, forged through trials and tempered by honesty, will be your guide. The sorcerer placed a hand on Sophia's shoulder. We can do this, Sophia. Together, we can restore the balance and perhaps find redemption in the process. Sophia nodded, her expression resolute. I'm ready. For the sake of magic, for the world, and for us, let's finish what we started. As they reached for the orbs, the keeper's voice echoed around them one last time. Remember, Seekers, magic is not a tool to be used, but a partner to be respected. The choices you make here will ripple through the web for generations to come. Choose wisely, act with compassion, and may the balance be restored. With a deep breath, Sophia and the sorcerer grasped the orbs, allowing the primordial forces of magic to flow through them. The forge of creation pulsed with energy as they began the delicate, dangerous work of unraveling the curse and healing the web of magic. Whatever the outcome, they knew that the world of magic would never be the same again. Sophia and the sorcerer worked together to break the curse and restore balance to magic. The forge of creation thrummed with power as Sophia and the sorcerer stood at its heart, each holding an orb of primordial magic. The web of magical energy surrounded them, its intricate patterns now visible to their enhanced senses. Sophia took a deep breath, feeling the raw power of creation flowing through her. I'm ready, she said, her voice steady despite the enormity of the task before them. Where do we begin? The sorcerer, holding the orbs of destruction and transformation, nodded solemnly. We start with the largest node of stagnation, the tower itself. It's the anchor point of the curse. They closed their eyes, focusing their minds on the distant tower. Through their magical connection, they could sense its presence, a dark, pulsating mass in a web of magic. Remember, the Keeper's voice echoed around them, you must work in harmony. Creation to provide the spark, destruction to break down the old, and transformation to shape the new. Sophia and the sorcerer joined hands, their energies intermingling. Slowly, carefully, they began to channel the primordial forces toward the tower. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, gradually, they felt the stagnant energy begin to shift. It's working, Sophia exclaimed, her eyes still closed in concentration. I can feel the blockage starting to dissolve. The sorcerer's brow furrowed with effort. Yes, but there's resistance. The curse doesn't want to let go. They pushed harder, pouring more of their combined power into the task. The web of magic around them began to vibrate, resonating with the changes they were inducing. Suddenly, Sophia gasped. Something's wrong. The energy, it's becoming unstable. The sorcerer's eyes snapped open. The curse is fighting back. It's trying to use our own power against us. Around them, the web of magic began to warp and twist. Strands of energy snapped free, whipping through the air like live wires. What do we do? Sophia cried, struggling to maintain her grip on the orb of creation. The sorcerer's form flickered rapidly, reflecting the chaos around them. We need to stabilize it. Sophia, remember the lesson of the trials, it's not about power, it's about balance. Understanding dawned in Sophia's eyes. She took a deep breath, centering herself. Instead of pushing harder, she began to gentle her output, seeking harmony rather than dominance. The sorcerer followed her lead, adjusting his own energy to complement hers. Gradually, the wild fluctuations in the web began to calm. That's it, the Keeper's voice encouraged. Work with the flow of magic, not against it. As they found their rhythm, the process of breaking the curse became less of a battle and more of a dance. They moved in perfect synchronization, creation, destruction, and transformation weaving together in a delicate balance. Hours seemed to pass, though time had little meaning in this place. Slowly but surely, they worked their way through each note of stagnation, unraveling the curse bit by bit. Finally, they reached the core of the heart of the curse that bound the sorcerer to the tower. This knot of energy was dense, resistant to their efforts. This is it, the sorcerer said, his voice strained with effort. The final piece. Sophia, I need you to lead us through this. Your untainted magic is the key. Sophia nodded, summoning every ounce of her strength and skill. She reached out with her power, seeking the weak points in the cursed energy. There, she exclaimed. I see it, a flaw in the pattern. If we hit it just right. Together, they focused their combined power on the spot Sophia had identified. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the core of the curse broke apart. A shock wave of energy burst outward, nearly knocking them off their feet. When they looked up, the web of magic was transforming before their eyes. The dark, stagnant areas were fading, replaced by vibrant, flowing energy. We did it, Sophia breathed, scarcely believing her eyes. The curse is broken. The sorcerer stood in awe, watching as his form finally settled into a single, consistent appearance, that of a man in his prime, neither young nor old. I can feel it, he said, wonder in his voice. The weight I've carried for centuries, it's gone. The Keeper materialized before them, its ethereal form radiating approval. You have succeeded where many would have failed. The balance is restored, and magic flows freely once more. Sophia turned to her mentor, a question in her eyes. So what happens now? Are you free? The sorcerer smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Free from the curse, yes, but not from the responsibility of my past actions. I have much to atone for, much good to do to balance the scales. Sophia corrected him firmly. We have much good to do. I'm not going anywhere. The keeper nodded approvingly. Indeed. Your journey together is far from over. The world of magic has been in stasis for too long. It will need guides to help it flourish in this new era of balance. As they prepared to leave the Forge of Creation, Sophia felt a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. They had achieved the seemingly impossible, but she knew that in many ways, their real work was just beginning. Ready to face the world, Mentor? She asked, a playful smile on her lips. The sorcerer, no longer cursed, but forever changed, took her hand. Ready, my apprentice. Let's go make some magic. Together, they stepped out of the forge and into a world brimming with new possibilities, the restored web of magic humming with life around them. Sophia and the sorcerer returned to the world, ready to usher in a new age of balanced magic. The tower shimmered in the distance as Sophia and the sorcerer materialized on the hilltop overlooking the town. The air crackled with renewed magical energy, and the once foreboding structure now seemed to glow with a warm, inviting light. Sophia took a deep breath, savoring the feel of the earthly realm after their cosmic journey. It feels different, she mused, her eyes scanning the landscape. Everything feels alive. The sorcerer nodded, his form now stable in its prime, no longer shifting between ages. The restoration of the magical balance affects everything, Sophia. The world is awakening to possibilities long dormant. As they made their way down the hill, they noticed small changes everywhere. Flowers bloomed with unprecedented vibrancy, and the very air seemed to shimmer with latent magical potential. Approaching the town, they were met by a crowd of wide-eyed onlookers. At the forefront stood Alastair, the old gardener, and Mrs. Pembroke, the librarian. Sophia. Alastair called out, his weathered face breaking into a smile. And, is that you, old friend? He added, addressing the sorcerer with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. The sorcerer stepped forward, bowing his head slightly. Indeed it is, Alastair. The curse is broken, thanks to Sophia's help. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Mrs. Pembroke pushed her way to the front, her eyes sharp behind her spectacles. The legend, it was true all along? And you've broken the curse? Sophia nodded, her grimoire pulsing gently in her hands. We did more than that, Mrs. Pembroke. We've restored balance to the very fabric of magic itself. The librarian's eyes widened. I knew you were special, child, but this is beyond anything I could have imagined. As the townsfolk gathered closer, peppering them with questions, Sophia and the sorcerer exchanged a glance. With a subtle nod, the sorcerer addressed the crowd. Good people of the town, he began, his voice carrying easily across the gathering. I owe you all a great debt. For centuries, I have been a dark legend, a cautionary tale. But thanks to Sophia, and to the enduring spirit of this community, I have been given a second chance. He paused, his eyes scanning the faces before him. The world is changing. Magic, long hidden and constrained, is flowing freely once more. It brings with it great potential, but also great responsibility. Sophia stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her mentor. We're here to help guide you through these changes, she added. To teach those who wish to learn, and to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. A young boy near the front of the crowd raised his hand tentatively. Does this mean we can all do magic now? Sophia smiled warmly at him. Magic has always been a part of all of us, she explained. It's in every plant, every stone, every breath of wind. What's changing is our ability to perceive and interact with it. The sorcerer nodded in agreement. In the days to come, some of you may discover newfound abilities. Others may simply feel more in tune with the world around you. Whatever form it takes, we will be here to offer guidance and support. An elderly woman stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the sorcerer. And how do we know we can trust you? After all the tales we've heard. The sorcerer met her gaze steadily. You're right to be cautious, he acknowledged. I have done terrible things in the past, driven by arrogance and a lust for power. I can't undo those actions, but I can dedicate the rest of my life to making amends. I ask not for your forgiveness, but for the chance to earn your trust. Sophia placed a hand on his arm, her voice ringing out clear and strong. I've seen the depths of his remorse and the sincerity of his desire to do good. I stand as witness to his change, and I will stand with him as we work to build a better future. Alastair stepped forward, placing a gnarled hand on Sophia's shoulder. I, for one, believe in them. Sophia has always had a pure heart, and if she vouches for him, that's good enough for me. Gradually, the mood of the crowd began to shift from wariness to cautious optimism. People started to share stories of strange occurrences they'd noticed since the changed gardens growing with unprecedented vigor, minor ailments mysteriously curing themselves, a general feeling of heightened awareness. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the town, Sophia and the sorcerer found themselves at the center of a community brimming with questions and excitement. We have much work ahead of us, the sorcerer murmured to Sophia. She nodded, her eyes bright with determination. But we're not alone. This is just the beginning of a new age, and we'll face it together, all of us. As they began to address the myriad questions from the townsfolk, Sophia couldn't help but feel a sense of immense possibility. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and wonders in equal measure. But with the restored balance of magic, the support of the community, and the hard-won wisdom of her mentor, she felt ready to face whatever the future might hold. The new age of balanced magic had dawned, and Sophia knew that their greatest adventure was only just beginning.